Hey, welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is a programming live stream where we write Automat. Automat is a game automation utility similar to AutoHotkey, which allows you to create macros. It looks like, wait for it, like that. It's not a programming environment, I mean, not the kind of programming that you might be familiar with. It is kind of programming. It is a visual programming environment. So you get access to a bunch of tools, or toys, I like to call them, that you can use to do stuff. And those toys, they not only can be used to do stuff immediately, they can also be connected together. So this is how I can create a hotkey. And I can connect this hotkey to my macro that I just created. And when I press space, you see, macro runs. This object I do not need as well. And Automat is progressing very fast, but in a direction that I did not expect. It is slowly becoming a window manager. What is a window manager? Window manager is a concept from Linux, which is a program that can manage other windows. So Automat also always had this capability of capturing other windows, right? Automat can capture itself, it can capture other window. If I configure it like that, I can even capture it in a loop so that you can instantly see what's inside the Automat window. And there are some image processing tools in the toolbar that you can use to process those images. But now Automat is getting another capability, which is to, instead of capturing external windows, it's to just start other applications within Automat. So this is, for instance, a code editor, which now runs within Automat. And recent Automat. There we go. See, I can edit Automat code from within Automat. And what happened recently? Recently, I mean, yesterday, I was working on window borders. So this window, you can see it has a nice fancy border, but I can switch it to Automat decorations. And now Automat draws the border. Ignore this line around. So yeah, now I have this border around the window. And I can switch back to app mode or to Automat mode. And the plan for today is to code. This is a coding stream, live coding. Expect a lot of C++. But the plan is to change those ugly borders which have been scribbled by a child. Change them to something nice. Something that looks kind of cool. That, is pleasant to look at. So let's go. I actually have this code. This code that draws window borders, it was part of the assembler. Let's see if maybe it's still here. State, exit callback, update code. Maybe I will make it larger so that you can see better. Find instructions, update. No, not any of this. Assembler widget. This we are getting close. Shape, pick, draw. Yes, this is it. This huge commented block of code. This is the code that's going to draw our window borders. Grab this. There we go. I think this is the code that draws the window. If decorated, then we do this. Wonderful. Exactly. I will have to change those two functions that calculate width and height because they need to account for the extra size of the border. Some seed. And shadow. This is how you can tell this function was written by an AI. AI has this tendency to use antithesis. So whenever it says something opposite to highlight, what it tries to say. A very unusual way of writing comments on functions. Blah blah blah. It's even drawing a title. The title is going to be interesting. We have this in the title property. I do not use this convention. I do not like it. Maybe I should. I think C++ style recommends to use this for private variables. Client is gone, or there is no image. Interesting. Okay. Let's just paste our new code here. Yeah, this is a nice optimized function. We should use this. We have this somewhere here? No. No. Okay. Such a pretty color. Others are going to be amazing. W, yes, we are using this in a couple places. Let's check this. H. It's used in a couple of places as well. I think I can remove title. I will change this to 0 for now. No, I will keep this. Okay, frame. This is an interesting variable. I think I will use this. The new frame should be thicker, like 3 millimeters, let's say. And let me check some references. No, the crappy rectangle. This one maybe. Nope. Had some nice references somewhere. There we go. This one. Let me measure something. So this has, say, 24 pixels. And this one has 9. Okay, this isn't actually that bad. Create. I will keep this constant. Or maybe. Never mind. Forget. This total age. It's not what I'm interested in.
Crit Original says,
Could you please listen to Tokari by Papon PLS? It would make my day.
Let me check this out. Oh, this is a YouTube track. I could add it to my playlist, but playing this on YouTube would kind of would cause problems for me. Oh yeah. I can stream in general copyrighted music, but I cannot really save this into any VODs. That's the rules. And by the way, you're listening to this on YouTube. There is music, but the music is on Twitch and on the custom stream. I cannot unfortunately play music on YouTube. Legal stuff forbids me from doing that. New content width, right? Interesting. Let's say this minimum content width and height will be 3 centimeters. Okay, this seems like editing, content width, content height. It seems like this is repeated here. think this is part of some interface. Window board. Yeah. Is this? Used to sit in windows next to their command. Oh. Such a bizarre function. This is the type of code that only AI can write. Very strange dependency. Everybody who wants to place a window needs to first ask this static function how large the window is going to be. Ooh. Height will height. It's good. That is a nice track. Okay, first of all, instead of having content width and height, everything duplicated, I think we should use simpler functions like content size. Let me define a couple This is different from this content width and height. This content width and height. No, this is kind of it. On top of this, I will introduce actually okay, I'm swapping two functions for three functions, but it's nice because we will be able to describe the roundness of those edges. So yeah, this is just going to describe this content thingy. Nice. Okay, so this width and height can go away. Then I will have some more functions, like the function for this other. Rounded rectangle. Yeah, rect. Let's call this frame mid rect. Frame is a good name. And here I will draw a title. I will do this in a second. We do not need this right now. Hey, when you use the proper types, those things are so simple. I hope the compiler is going to optimize. I wonder, can I do... I do something like that? Okay. And I'll decompose. Maybe you can decompose this. Yes, you can. Nice. Let's call this Y. This is a much nicer name. focus caret shape, it's the more AI written code. Request caret. I need to. I will have to redesign the caret system. For now, I will just make this compile. Shape. Let's get those sizes. We will need all of them. So the brighter should be this frame mid to frame here, the opposite. Sorry, set direct shader. This BG paint, we do not need this. One pixel. One pixel is not defined. And there are lights here. I will just duplicate this code. It will be easier. These border lights erect. Another erect I need to define. Okay. So this is the drawing of the lights. By the way, I should probably improve They didn't look good last time I checked. So we are saving canvas for some reason, applying 2 clips. Why? I'm clipping first to the outer rect, then to middle, and then I am drawing the lights. This is completely unnecessary. But I will not delete this code just yet. I want to see how it looks. We should see something already. This is our new window border. It's definitely more flashy. I think we should decrease this radius, but increase the width of the border. Definitely. Okay. I think frame could be twice as thick. Let's make it 6 millimeters. This radius, say 5 millimeters. Okay, I guess I remember why the clip was here. Because the lights are very large. I think we should decrease this even further. Let me check with some other apps, like Z. Frame, let's go to 5 millimeters. The code that sends the pointer position is wrong. This is the clip now. No more lights standing beyond the border. How many lights am I drawing? 1 light. 4 times 6. Reasonable. I think I should add some 1 pixel margin here. This radius is actually not that bad, I guess. This is actually a pretty good window border already. It's not resizable. I need to figure out how to resize this now. And there is something with the pointer position. Least it's actually acceptable. Could kind of finish with this. But let's make it better. I need to fix the pointer mapping. Title. This title is going to be awesome. And there is something, one small thing that annoys me. The position of dots, lights, they're not symmetrical. Yeah, and I think they should be. And this symmetry issue, I think it's the easiest to tackle first. So let's start with this one. Okay, I see a problem here. There is a sort of transparency. You know why? No gaps anymore. I like this anti-aliasing. Should I decrease the radius? Let me see how it will look with lower radius. Two millimeters. Probably depends on the app. It looks 2 millimeters definitely feels too cramped. Maybe more. This is up decoration for me. And select any you want. Actually, I think we should animate this border change. Why not? I think I stop this now and restart it. Yeah, should immediately get PT. and be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue. Very strange function. I guess I need to walk around this sequence of segments. So this is what it's doing, really. Move this here. We'll rename this to top line. So that the... What? What did I do? Oh yeah, I also need to change this. Okay, I think the... should be starting at the center now. Open Z and see. Nope. It's definitely not center. Oh, this. I think this should be set to this by... Cool. Yeah, and now we have a nicely centered dots. If I rub Z, yeah, it's also nicely centered. I think we accidentally also got the vertical centered dots as well on the sides. Yeah, perfectly centered. Next is pointer mapping. Station option, it's not it. Somehow Z, does it react to a point? Yeah, I think this surface pos function must be broken. Yeah, definitely this one. I want to fix. It actually looks good. Maybe top left is wrong. Yeah, this one doesn't depend on the decoration being present or not. Oh. This is interesting. This function is not even called here. And we have two identical functions here. And this is surface toy and this is window toy. Nice. Why do client pos and surface pos?
Master Creeper 5th says,
Hi.
Hey, hey. It's the kind of cleanup. It's necessary. Well, use AI. AI has this tendency of taking one function and just creating a very slightly different copy. No, normal programmers don't do this because it's way too difficult to track all of those copies. So we have client pos and surface pos.
How long have you been coding in C?
I think the longest time. I think C++ was like one of the first languages I learned. It's like primary school. "25 years or something like that. Long time. It was magic back then, though. I remember trying to figure out what those mean, ampersands and stars. I need to get rid of these client pos. Client pos is
What
really
should I
wrong.
learn in C++ first?
I guess the best way is to just follow some book, some kind of introduction that goes over all of the topics. It's a huge language, and really, there's no point learning all of it just for the sake of learning it. It's good to skim through the whole language, so you know about different areas and roughly what they are used for. You do not have to be expert in a lot of it. If your goal is to learn C++, just skim. I mean, not skim through the book. Go through the exercises. Do this properly. But there is no point being an expert in all of this. Just like with any language, it's kind of like riding a bicycle. Once you learn one, it's very easy to remember, to recall how to use it afterwards. And other languages become much, much easier as well. Because everything in programming, all of those languages, those are theoretically different languages, but in practice, almost all of them are the same. It's like, if you just look at this function, it's very hard to tell immediately whether this is C++ or C, even initially. What is the one thing that says this is C++? Oh yes, because you have namespaces. In C++ you have namespaces. Almost everything has. C also has. Java and C#, all of those languages are almost indistinguishable. I can get rid of client pos and just copy this inside thingy into my surface pos. We have clamp length. Oh, I'll do this differently. It's a more verbose way, but it's more readable. I'm doing kind of both things at the same time here. Something's wrong. Yeah, I lost all mouse input now. Let's see what I broke. Oh, I forgot to write it out. Yep, click on stuff. I think window borders should not be shifted anymore. This works. Now I can do my favorite thing, which is optimize the signature of this function. So I will get rid of this L variable. Let's use stuff that we have on stack already, right? I have more copies. And maybe instead of separate output variables, this could be a reference. A lot of places. I omitted this because I do not want to mess this up. I will change this full of surface pose. Yeah, something like that. Okay, this is super strange. Here we didn't even use the position. Oh. Just that code. Things are compiling. I'm not sure if I didn't introduce any bugs now. Probably not. Maybe introduce again. Instead of 3 different parameters, now we have just one. This is in-out parameter. Fold into the past commit. Cool. So this is the pointer fix. And the cool one now, title. Actually had an idea for the title. See if I can make it work. How could it look? I wanted to have some like heavy bold letters on top of this window, on top of the center. Also need to find a good use for those lights. They are really just on right now. I think they should indicate something. Yeah, I need to find some cool font. Something like this, ideally something even heavier. Fancy cartoon. Cartoon is a good place to start. Okay, I need to keep looking at this because the font must fit the style of the window. The Super Mario could work. Super Mario doesn't include all of the glyphs. Will be a problem. One could be nice. all too comic-y. It's kind of not the point to have some wonky text. This should be... The metaphor of the window is this is Broadway lights. This is supposed to be like a title above a scene. So it needs to be serious, but in a playful way. Just like this, I can scroll through them. It's really looking for something that would imitate stone. Like a chiseled blocks of stone standing on top of this window. And would be pretty, it's missing a lot of glyphs. Stuff. Nice. Interesting. Yeah, something like this. This is what I was looking for. It's missing so many glyphs. Slightly too crumbly. It's very close. This one is also nice, but also kind of too good to be kind of elegant at the same time. This is interesting. Maybe I could use Belanosima. It's another font that's already in. It's this personal use only. Should change the conditions. Or no. Eroded. Yeah, maybe I should look for eroded. Let's see, destroy. This is just demo. Look for Broadway. This is the one. This one even has those lights around every letter. Basically, none of those fonts has all glyphs. I like this font. It's not useful for anything, but this is really nice. Really nice letter A. Every letter is nice here. It's a very well designed font, but it has so few glyphs. Those are incredible fonts. Actually, this one would be sweet. Actually, this is the shape I'm going for. I think it's called... God, no. Back in 9. Maybe this is what I will go with. This is also a good candidate. Maybe I should use this Bellissima. Oh, font's opened here. Yeah, I think Bellissima is going to be perfect for the title. And to embed it into Automat. So much time looking for a perfect font, and it was on my PC the whole time. Man, all of them are so pretty. It's a really impressive font. Well, okay. New fonts, pretty much like Grenze. Grenze has 4 weight variants, this one has just 3. Be right back. Okay. So we need 3 more variants for the Bellissima. regular, semi-bold, and bold. Okay. So the fonts, and now I can use them to draw something. Should go here. I will start with drawing center text. This make it change this to some sandy color, something like that. Try with this one. Okay, we have our title. Just need to position it in the center. It is centered. Now we move it to the top. I think this will cause a problem because now it is going to be clipped. I am breaking the texture size deliberately for now, because I want to see something. It's clipping it. When I switch to decoration, we can see the decoration behind it. Now the texture size is perfectly sized, contain the frame.
Darkslev says,
How are you, mate?
Hey, doing well. Should give us enough space on the texture for the title of the window. I think this is where the texture ends.
I'm dying from the heat.
Oh yeah. And it's gonna get worse. I don't know where you are located. At my place, the worst is going to come on Monday. It's looking kind of nice. I think I should add the maybe some outline. This text. It would be nice if I could grab by this text, so maybe I will see if it's possible to add it to the path. Measure text. No. None of this works. Okay. This is looking even better now. We have this sort of 3D effect here, the title. I think we should also add a stroke here. Simple stroke. This stroke. Oh, I know. Because of font scale. Much better. Okay, this is now looking pretty good. This is how window borders should look like. And if I add Z, see how Z looks. Sweet.
I didn't ask, but do you have a regular job? You do spend a lot of time on pet projects after all.
Yeah, I used to. Now I'm full-time hobbyist.
Megaburger says,
113.
Something is wrong here.
I said 1 plus 1, 3.
Fantastic TTS. Sometimes it does this. It tends to have a stroke when you use too many fancy letters.
TTS is on strike. Press F to bomb the TTS.
Okay, that should fix some glitches. Drawing order was wrong. It's slightly better now. There is still some problem with this light shining on top of this letter. Maybe this letter should be drawn on top of the light. Okay. We'll solve it.
Let there be light.
Perfect.
I hate waiting on home deliveries.
Is sandy color good? It's very neutral. Maybe that's good. That's alright, probably.
Arabs anywhere from now to 2 hours in the future.
Yeah. Or they give you like 5-hour block where you just have to sit and wait. Okay, this is looking pretty nice. One thing I really would like is to be able to drag by this text. Those are two different decorations. I can ask the app to self-decorate, and this is how it looks. I can decorate it myself, and this is how it looks now. I'm surprised that everything kind of works. You can almost type here. View. Zoom in, zoom out. There's no full screen. No full screen. Guess it's understandable. I need to implement full screen myself.
Day 1. Console.log. Hello world, day 30. Console.log. Why is nothing working? Day 90. Console.log. Shit works. I don't know why. Don't touch it. If it works, ship it, else ship it anyway, reference Sarah. It works is not defined.
Sometimes I am impressed by the TTS, how well it actually went through those jokes. Totally ignoring the programming like typography. Okay, I need to do this shape. This is necessary. It just pains me to not be able to drag by this. Crazy thing is, I think this actually uses... Okay, it's using slightly more space than GNOME title bars. I was thinking for a second that I am actually more space efficient.
Here's one for CC programmers. Don't use garbage collection. They just never free anything and call it, the OS will handle it. Int main char name mate. Struck pnem Alexander. What could go wrong? Return 0. Spoiler. Nothing returned segmentation fault. Core dumped. Nice.
Yeah, very accurate. If I save. No, it doesn't restore properly. This is... titles and push this to GitHub. Good enough. So the next step is the writable title. And this is going to be a challenge, because I do not know how to tackle this. See if I can maybe make AI figure this out for me. And that font, Belanosima, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
Lankiness says,
Hello? Is this app renders real windows and makes automations with those wires? Or am missing something?
This is actually an app for automating stuff on your desktop. And I'm not sure what's going on now. Like, the main point of this app is that you can record like macros or like sequences of actions. You can see this is I can record like sequences of keystrokes, and they will be repeated, you know, when I play this back. So my mouse will make some funny movements. There will be the star, yeah, some more. And you get access to a bunch of components that can be combined. This is a hotkey. I guess you can guess what will happen now, right? Yeah, I have a hotkey, so now whenever I press space, it's going to do some acrobatics with my mouse.
I'm finally getting what you are doing. This is awesome.
Yeah, and I've been like, to play most games, simple macros are not enough. You need some kind of intelligence, let's call this. So I was working on this ability to capture screenshots of other apps. So I can point at another window, like this one, like this window. And when I run this, yeah, I get a window capture. And if I run this in a loop, I get kind of real-time window capture. Do I? Run. Anyway, seems that... Oh, I know, it breaks when the window is outside of the screen edge. Yeah, there we go. Now it works. But it's kind of... capturing windows, it doesn't feel nice, because window renders itself to some buffer. I have to make a copy of this buffer. It feels wasteful. So there's a different way of doing this. It's possible to start up directly within Automat. So that app thinks that Automat is the window manager. There we go. So it quite literally is controlled from within Automat. I can stop it, start it. Oh yeah. I don't know why it says bit open directory, but fine. Yeah, I do not know what is exactly going to be the use case for this, except, you know, we can now capture the contents of other apps and do some image recognition on them. Like this, for example, can be used to do some text recognition. I can recognize this text here. See, it says btop something automat. I don't know what is this. And now it's better. I can store the result somewhere. For example, here. So now I'm running text recognition on this section of the screen and writing the result here. This is a register. In registers you can store values. But registers have a fixed size, so they can only store, up to 8 bytes. It's a small limitation right now.
Oh my god. Sounds complex. I didn't know it was even possible. I see so many use cases for all of that.
Polurium 331 says,
That's a cool idea. Are you able to make the screen captures small? I once thought of doing something like catching the part of the image that was the same and keeping only the part that moved.
Doing screenshots efficiently, it's bloody hard. It's like image compression. Like, all of this is happening on a single machine, so copying buffer is really, really fast. And this sort of rendering, is basically free. This window, this app, this terminal, is basically rendering into a texture that I have allocated myself. When I start this app, sorry, not I allocated, but the app allocates a texture and then gives me the handle to the texture. So I get the texture on the GPU and I can just composite it on screen. So this is basically free, and this is probably the nicest approach for capturing screenshots, to just not capture them, to have the app just give you the texture. Very, very cheap.
Very creative, I like that.
Yeah, and it's slowly evolving towards a proper visual kind of programming language, but very, very slowly. I actually think for a lot of time we'll still need some normal programming language. You have some instructions here, so theoretically, for example, this is our register, right? I can flip the lowest 8 bits. And they flip. Or, plenty of instructions. They do lots of things. My favorite is this one. Okay. This one can be used to pick a random value. So this is for randomizing. It's basically throwing a dice, rolling a dice. Yeah. And there is a lot of things to polish here. This assembler is kind of ugly. It should not look like that. Yeah, I'm not worried about this at the moment. Dragging of windows. This is the next thing to do. To figure out this.
Lankiness says.
This organic UI is so lovely. Gives me vibes of early Zero educational games, but it looks really powerful.
Yeah. There is a very old so I can give you some links. I found about them only recently, but there are a couple of systems which are kind of similar. There was a game called Widget Workshop, that was one. And there was another one. Widget Workshop is kind of like The Incredible Machine, much. It's kind of like The Incredible Machine, but more programming. It has more kind of coding capabilities. And there was another one which was even cooler. Let's see if I can find it. There was a guy in the, I think, 80s. He made something like this. A completely insane UI where you would combine apps by kind of placing buttons, basically connecting buttons together. And he and many others, for some reason, the people who made those early visual programming systems, they all decided that it's a good idea to make them toys for kids, so that kids can learn programming in them. And in retrospective, it seems like it was a bad idea because nobody took them seriously because of that. They never found, professional applications. Some kit. I need to find this.
Google has this blocky language, but it is much less visual. Mostly coding by doing puzzles.
Yeah. Scratch or the Google implementation is called differently. Blockly. It is criticized because their system, it's kind of like a visual system for building programs. It's just it prevents you from making any syntax errors. So this is nice, but it's more cumbersome to use than just typing equivalent text on the keyboard. So if you're a real programmer, it just slows you down. Even kids do not like it because it's kind of limiting. Even kids who learn it, eventually they want to, learn something more serious. I will find this.
Yeah, it is too close to regular coding, I think.
There is this view on a computer. You can try to look at programs as static entities that you kind of craft and then compile and run, or you can look at them as runtime entities. And if you really focus on the runtime, if instead of making tools to work on the static representation, you make tools that work on the program as it's executing in memory, then things are surprisingly faster and kind of more live, playful, reactive, but also more likely to crash when you edit stuff. Widget Workshop was based... It wasn't directly based on something else, but there was... Oh no. There it is. Alternate reality kit. '87, so it was like 40 years ago?
The Alternate Reality Kit is an environment for creating interactive animated systems. It's intended to be a world of parts and pieces that the user can modify to assemble their own microworlds. The system is being implemented in the Smalltalk 80 language and runs on a computer with bitmap display and mouse.
Oh, that was actually another problem. Smalltalk. If you were using Smalltalk, you were paying performance penalty. Smalltalk execution, at that time there was no Smalltalk proper compiler, so it was about 10 to 40 times slower than equivalent code written in native language.
In the Alternate Reality Kit, the normal Smalltalk mouse pointer shown here is replaced by a hand. A hand can be used to pick up and carry objects, to throw them, and even carry them between worlds.
Yeah, they are called words here. It's a nice
These two objects shown here are special objects called interactors. They represent some interaction law of the environment, such as motion or the law of gravity. For example, if I start an object moving, remove the law of motion from the world, I can carry
by just picking it up
and introduce the law of motion here. The user communicates to objects by pressing buttons. For example, by turning on the law of gravity here, I can start a gravitational attraction going between this moon and the planet.
Who decide that the flat design is the better approach? It is crime so funny UIs were back then.
Yeah, today those UIs, they could be amazing. Like absolutely, like you could do the same thing with in Unreal Engine essentially with photorealistic, real-time shaded 3D graphics.
And the moon or any objects in the environment. By trying to drop a button onto an object that doesn't understand the message, the button is made to simply fall through. That prevents a certain class of errors. One of the more useful messages is
This is a very interesting thing. I was actually thinking about this mode of interaction for resizing windows, because I like that the window border is draggable at any point. It behaves very uniform. I was thinking about having a resize button that could be dragged and dropped here. But I guess the events, what happens if you press it? Should you pick it up or should you start the resize action? Not very... It's hard to design the interaction around draggable buttons like those.
Xerox button, which is used for making copies. This way I can have a law of motion simultaneously active in this world and this world.
Oh yeah, and that was funny. So the guy worked at Xerox, right? So he had to frame his system as something that fits into the Xerox business. So he came up with this idea that he will put a Xerox button that will make copies. And that's it. That was the whole relation to the Xerox company.
At the same time,
Whatever keeps the project manager happy, right?
law is another useful button is the vaporize button.
Vaporize, right.
Let's look at getting inside the law of gravity here so we can modify it. In order to create new buttons, the user uses the message menu button. That button will give you a menu of all the possible buttons understood by the law of gravity. Selecting from the gravity category, subcategory accessing, set G gives us a button that will set the universal constant of gravity operating within the law of gravity. This is an unusual button because it has a parameter to its message. That is a little plug to be dropped on a numerical value for G. Let's go back into here in the warehouse. We can create a number scale and
there is another thing about this UI, which makes design a little bit easier. He went for hieroglyphics-like approach to icons. So some icons, they represent very large things, they are just shrunk down. And some icons like planets, right? Or the garage doors. And some of the things like buttons, buttons are typically finger-sized. They are finger-sized on screen. So there is a big difference in scale between objects. It makes the visual design simpler, I think. But it breaks some kind of tangibility or like the environment doesn't create a consistent illusion you are somewhere and doing something as you are interacting with those abstract icons there.
Find a slider to attach on top of the number scale, and that's a handy way to create numerical values.
Okay, that was incredible.
Number scale. And find a slider to attach on top of the number scale, and that's a handy way to create numerical values. And now this is attached and ready to be pressed. You've changed the value G inside the gravity law. Now because buttons are themselves physical objects, they respond to other buttons. I happen to have already created the toggle permasend button here. That puts the button into permasend mode, which means that the numerical value is continuously relayed into the button and down through into the law of gravity.
This is very cool. Control flow and sequence of operations, this is something that's hard to define, and it's a very nice primitive. Because normally he had to click the button so that the button kind of grabs the current value from the slider.
The use of animation indicates that things are active. The plug is continuously relaying the value here, the button continuously relaying the value into the law of gravity. For example, if I drop that out of no man's land, the button stops relaying things because it's not attached to anything. We can now play with our modified law of gravity and try even negative values and see what would happen if Newton's universal constant of gravity were negative and positive, and generally interact with a way that's completely impossible in the physical world, with which you can discover the role of this constant of gravity, discover what it does in the universe.
Yeah, okay. Time to write some Automat code. I was looking at this. It is get path. Okay, that looks reasonable.
Incurious what is under the hood. It looks so ahead of its time. Thanks for sharing this video.
Yeah. It was using So Smalltalk, which was one of the issues, was also one of the strengths in object-oriented paradigm. Some of those things are very easy, very natural to do. But yeah, there is actually not that crazy. I guess in JavaScript, like regular web pages could do similar stuff. JavaScript is also very object-oriented. Okay, I think this is what we want. And this should be doable. Let's see. Okay, so I have this fancy outline animation. Maybe I can. Don't need it. By this outline, we will see whether the path is correct or not. Just need to move some of those things into the function. There is.
Shouldn't you USB-C for connecting items?
I should change this. It is kind of like USB-C, though. If I increase the radius, it would totally be USB-C. So my plan is to grab this whole region, not only text but also the outer shape, and cache it. something like that. I think rounding could cause problems, but maybe a big issue. What do we have here? Fill path. Okay, I need both. Need title. Some coding. I need to save this font somewhere, I think. Is this going to clear my path?
Will Okra monitor part of the screen in some intervals? It might be useful to create stuff like, do the action when Suzy text appear on the ZXE part of the screen.
Yeah. Not by itself, but the problem. I'll just get this to work, give me a sec. Ma. OCR can be configured to here. And the core kind of part of the system is the control flow. Those cables are basically for specifying control flow. So you may say that you want to make a screenshot of a window, some window, and then afterwards I want to make an OCR of it. And now it does this OCR in a continuous way. Not super great. I hope you do not have epilepsy. Okay. So yeah, it can actually store this, and after OCR I could do some checks and, for example, see what it says. There are some glitches everywhere. Wayland follow-ups. Sounds like what we are doing right now.
Cool. I've been watching some Heroes 3 championships few years ago, and it would be useful for streamers to extract some information to the UB studio to show them on the streaming scene.
Yeah, by the way, I think there is a dedicated app, like specifically for this, one that will... I think it works in a very similar way to... I mean, you do not build everything, it's like an app for extracting text from games. But it's like specifically meant for streamers and for putting some data from the game on into OBS. My memory is blank though. Google will probably know this. Yeah. I can collect the shape of this text. Something is wrong there. I think this is because of the scale. Negative here. Going to be pretty hairy code, but say beta. I guess to be right then.
Well, I'm curious if stuff like counting number of deaths in Elden Ring is possible with that tool you mentioned, or it is too simple. I'll check this out.
I can find it. Score site. That was it. I think it uses the same library that Automat is using. I think it's Tesseract under the hood. Yeah.
Hello and welcome to ScoreSite. To get started with ScoreSite, download the software from scoresite.live. Use to capture games, applications, or live streams playing in a browser. For the best accuracy, we have several important image configuration settings. Binary view helps you see how the OCR engine will process the image.
Oh yeah.
Four-corner option.
Tesseract works on a kind of black and white image. You need to pre-process it for it to work correctly. It has some built-in preprocessor, but it's hit and miss.
Camera view.
Yeah, this is for like power users. With this you can optimize the text recognition to be very accurate.
To help with shaky camera or bumps, and you can enable and disable the on-screen display, which gives you a reading of the input frames per second and the detection timing. Zoom in and out using the mouse wheel and holding the control key, and pan with the middle mouse by using the handles. Once you are happy with the positioning of the field, click it to enable the OCR settings. Use these settings to get the right detection. You'll notice we're using a specific format pattern. This tells the software exactly what numbers to expect. This is editable, but there are a few common presets for standard readings like clocks and scores. Binarization helps the OCR to get a clear black and white reading. Sending it to local usually is the best option. Click the binary view to see the effects. The cleanup and dilate sliders here helps you fine-tune how the software will process the binary image. The effects are visible in the binary view. For slanted numbers, use the skew option. If the letters are very tall, you can use the V-scale option to adjust. Skip empty values prevents false readings when the numbers aren't detected properly, and auto crop will remove empty area around the numbers to help the OCR focus.
This is super streamlined too. All of this is possible in Automat, but well, you would have to use so many objects to fix this.
Other options like reading dots, useful for scoreboards with visual indicators of fouls, for example. At the bottom, you will see several output options. Text file option will save your data locally to disk, updating in real time. After you set up a folder, text files will be written into it for each detected field. You can also save CSV and XML files for all.
Yeah. Very nice tool. I want to test something. How does this path look like? Not great, not great.
Oh, I see. API tab. It sounds really cool. Once again, thanks for sharing.
I need to debug this. Okay. So now it's being drawn at the bottom of this tree. Change this. And lower now. This is the correct position. Needs to be path builder. get rid of this vector. Just need better utilities for working with text. Now it's chunky. Very nice. And the path was this a crash? Fascinating. Okay, change the mode of this path. have no idea what's happening here. It's like I can grab this and move this, but it looks so broken. I think this is because I'm doing everything scaled down. Maybe I should not. Remove this Y, maybe 0. Suddenly it works. There's a hole, so this is a problem. I think maybe I could just increase this so that holes will disappear. Not enough. Not enough. Now this is just, it must be some bug. Maybe Builder can do something. An idea. There we go, there is no hole. The path has a nice contour, finally. Millimeters. most correct. Move the simplification below. No, it can be path builder. Yeah, I'll make something. Okay, I'm back. No idea what happened there. Code is a mess. It's an absolute mess. I will keep it like that for a little longer. Because it allows me to position the text better. So I need to move it left. Okay, I didn't divide it by the scale. Now it's center. I think it would be even better if I didn't constantly divide and multiply everything by scale. I feel so there are some operations here that were failing, and I changed the scale and now they work. It's because Skia apparently assumes that we are working in pixels. This is not true. We do not always work in pixels. And because we are working in meters, in metric units, Skia gets so confused. I think I will have to shift the rendering scale. I think I will have to change how units work generally in Automat to be more Skia native. Is there no name for this? It's fun so much. Grab it. This is also nice. Let's say I will try to work in wow. So strange. So this is the... It should still render the same. Okay, check this out. I can also do this. And I do not need the builder now. Theoretically, this is the shape Is it correct? Yeah. So this one is very nice, but this one seems to float. I mean, we do not support multi-contour paths. Unfortunately, this one doesn't render properly. And this one doesn't quite work. It still has holes. Needs to be large. think this could be causing smallness. Yes, this beetle. Oh, I'm not sure. Is there a delay here? Anyway. So now I am measuring and rendering the text in pixels, doing most of the things in pixels. Probably combine those two into a single. Oh. Maybe this simplification. Okay, this is unnecessary. I'm pretty sure those operations that I'm doing here must be super slow. Okay, I'll try to combine those two. Oh. Might we try make transform? Was good. how it will look with thicker outline. I think I will keep this. It's looking kind of perfect. Okay. I would say this was a success. We have a nice accurate paths. This empty feel, maybe this could be improved. Yeah, I have no idea what we will be doing on the next stream. Probably bringing this closer to being usable. I don't know exactly what. We'll see. Yeah, weekend is a lot of time. We still have to see if we survive the heat wave. Anyway. Speaking of weekend, have a nice weekend. Yeah, we'll continue next week. Bye-bye.
The Fox Live says,
Why,